Okay. We're gonna be a whole lot faster today with this game, I think. I've got some tea. Just black tea with sugar and a splash of milk. Headphones are charging. It's probably so hot. I literally just made this as the starting screen came up. I started streaming and then I was like, you know what? I don't have a drink with me. I should probably make something. Let's keep going. We actually have some leads to go off of this time around. Or we shouldn't be super stuck. We can Google her, and we know she's gotten a job somewhere. I just don't remember where we saw that. But yeah, we can start by Googling Mary Beth Clementine. Clementine. That's not how you spell it. How do you spell... There we go. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs. And although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. Mary Beth Clementine, okay. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. She adopted, but are they actually biologically hers? She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949. Were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African-American child to a white family in the United States. Is that true? That's the first time that happened? 1949? That's crazy. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager, Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. So would it be Sterling Clementine? Let's look up Sterling Clementine. And we'll look up this stuff too. Okay, nothing from that. New Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in LA that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Oh, so maybe she is Clementine, and this is... interesting. Biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison and Edison Records versus Edsel. Okay. So Sterling Edison. I want to copy. Let's Sterling Edison. And I'll just delete this one. Married and divorced to Mary Beth Clementine twice. You'll also find few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says the Holy Grail is a re-released version of the old rugged cross. In And says the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Oh, okay. Actually, that's huge. We'll look up that. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence. The site's content seems user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom of the phrase. Send me your stories about old Hollywood. I'll add them to the page. Okay, let's look up the Old Rugged Cross. Popular hymn that's been covered by many, many artists. What if I look up Mary Beth? And then the Edison Records versus Edsel. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant except for potentially a lawsuit they filed in 1949, Edison Records v. Edsel. The website about lawsuits mentioned this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. The record producer himself, who called himself Edison, was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. So, oops. So he's not actually Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. So he's actually Thomas Edsel? Or Sterling Edsel? The name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. Is that this? The record label's being sued? Yeah. I wonder if she's probably not in here. Oh, she is. Only song that was advertised but not reviewed. New Edison, maybe? Countless advertisement for various covers. Oh, New Edison was sued by Edison Records. Gotcha. Settled out of court and New Edison was destined to shut down. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd likely create a new record company. No evidence anywhere that he did. So, Edison Records. So, he's actually Sterling Edsel? Okay, nothing in there. What about Mary Beth? Came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She mentioned 2 times through the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions the church leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eye is on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word, and I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew how I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest house. Second visit was a few years later in 1953. The article mentions her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption may have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify, because she was actually pregnant. Damn. We don't know second son's name at all. We could look up Sterling Edison. What's the difference between news time and... is that like... I don't really understand. What if I look up... did I look up this in the periodical? Okay, that gives me this again. Okay. So it's new Edison records versus Edison records, is my understanding. It's a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. So, this is actually, like, Sterling Edsel. But it also said that, we come back here. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the old Rugged Cross. It says the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Mary Beth Clementine released the old Rugged Cross for New Edison. It was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Huge. Okay, that gives us that. Okay, nothing here. Mary Beth Quaker. Okay, I feel pretty confident in this. So that's 1 of 4. 1, possibly 2 if we get her occupation. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. There was stuff with his adoption, though. We don't know his name. This is a guess, but it's possible. Okay. We've definitely read it before. I wonder if we can go through just, like, our history. Oops. Maybe it was in the news time. His mother never came home from the movie rental store when she worked the register. Is cashier an option? Yeah. I'd say that's probably right. Cashier, or there was retail as well. I'm gonna stick with cashier though, because she took all the money from the thing to buy heroin. She wanted to open her own restaurant with Steven, I believe. So maybe she's a chef? Let's put chef for now. We also aren't sure if that's actually her picture. Because we did think this was later. We thought this was 1980. Might actually be her, maybe. Not sure. Okay, I feel like there's more here that we could try to figure out. Maybe we could look up Mary Klein or Mary Beth Clementine adoption. Okay, nothing. We could look up Stuart Clementine. He's a police officer. Clementine isn't that popular of a last name. You managed to find Stuart Clementine listed as one of the many names on an emergency services website in New Orleans. It seems he's a police officer. No web presence. What about Clementine? No. New Orleans. Wonder if we have like a New Orleans newspaper. News. Still a lot through here, too. What does this mean? A way of providing information about what was someone... Oh, maiden name was Salazar. Okay. He's estranged from his family. A lot of time at the Miracle Church. Could look up the Miracle Church. I don't know if we've actually searched that itself. Yeah, that gave us Mary Beth Quaker. Did we search that here? Okay, that was the same thing. Did we search this? Oops. I wanted to search it in the periodical. Okay, nothing. Where did we get that information about the... Was that here? Yeah. Miracles Congregations Church. Maybe we'll search the periodicals for this. Nothing. I don't remember what news time it, like, what that's in relation to. Major news periodical that releases a new issue every week. Okay. So that's for more high-profile things, more high-profile news. We could look up Regina Salazar. Did I spell her name right? Yeah. Okay. This is the important thing, is this second adoption. If we go back to here, what if we look up like 1953 adoptions? No. There's something with this. I'm not entirely sure how to search it, though. Okay. It's a little tricky. Okay, what else do we have? There's still something with this. Cicely Sanchez Roottree. So yeah, we looked both of these up. We can try it again. Yeah, out of print. Drowning in his own backyard. Entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. I believe there was also like a library that named their nonfiction section after her. I wonder if there's like a conspiracy website that still has it up or something. Didn't we look up that guy? I don't remember his name. Bluesies. Oh my god, there's something new for Beef Baby. Even after solving the original Roottrees mystery, the thought of Beef Baby has stuck with you. It consumes your every waking moment. You must track down a copy. Email the reviewer who saw the Floozies live and you offer her money. Too much money. At first she doesn't believe you. Who in their right mind would pay a few $1,000s for a stupid song from a no-name band? Someone who earned a whole lot of extra money by completing a family tree, that's who. When the check clears, she has no choice. Beef Baby is finally yours. Oh, that is hilarious. Is it good?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Beef Baby just makes me think of that vine that's like, the I want beef baby. Okay, that's funny. Notable events start here. There's only one more hint on this, so that's good. We've kind of gotten through all this. It's not exactly what I was thinking of, though. Beef Baby? Oh, here it is. Thomas Overlord. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, guy's not dead theory. Ooh, that's giving us huge. Oh my god. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on the clues the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers. I'll turn the music down a little. It's like in my ear. Well, obviously it's in my ear. Oh my god, okay. Includes on candy wrappers and print advertisements and television commercials and their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of customers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. The move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorize that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from a magazine, Picto-Tea. On their page is a scan of magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. Huge, oh my god. He claimed to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was the president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man. That was that book, right? Portrait of a Changed Man, yeah. I'm looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me from my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop snip snip. Anything that with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women, but he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Like from the kids show? Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. We could look that up. Last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Yeah, that's when I was like, oh, he looks like a leprechaun. Okay. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open Roottree Brazil factory, which we've read about that. I was always hopping around the world, trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anyone in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. You know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters, like all problems in his life. Throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. We all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something to the bathroom. Huge. Poor girl, I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I had spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottree Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, and she definitely spent a few nights together. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Madsen got things wrong? Sam mentions Guy's affair and treats them— oh, let's highlight this actually. So Robin is another mistress? Sam definitely mentions Guy's affair and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them. Like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial agreement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I am assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made it more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Damn. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage, and at the same time, could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Holy. Okay, so we've got Susie and Robin out of that. Photos the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Pico T. The issue of Pico T magazine that it came from was pulled off the shelves, blah blah blah. Christmas tree. Ah! I've learned my lesson from the base game. Pico T does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottree company for use in our book. Okay, these both say the same thing. Except this one's got a Christmas tree. So where was he for Christmas? Oh, the Family Man book. Christmas 1979. So that has to be these people. That's gotta be that. 1979, because he was born in 1980. So that means the other one might be... I can... brain. This is before he switched to the green suit. Where does he talk about that? 'Cause he's wearing orange here as well. Wait, this is Zach. Right? It looks like Zach. I think that's Zach. Oh, for sure. So it was Zach's secretary then? So that actually might be here. Potentially. Okay, let's look back here under Zach's reign. Zach Morden. Zach would be retiring. But this is still Zach. '76, Stephanie Farrow was hired. Wasn't there a thing of Beth, yeah, 50-year work anniversary? Sack retirement party? Yeah, and then he replaces... And Christine's no longer... Okay. I think that's actually Christine then. Potentially. And then there was Robin from Australia. Or what year was this taken, actually? This would have been... This would have been way earlier, I think. Right? Or no, this would have been around the same time. Because he was 5 years old and his handle was Chris Raff 75, so it would have been 1980. This was also 1980, so actually she might be up here. She might have been after. We've got 2 more photos of him, actually. Yeah, because he's wearing green suit in that photo. So that would have been way later, because he's orange suit here. Huge. So we need to know who his secretary was in 1982. Which we have, maybe? Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett are no longer employed. Okay, this was Ernest Madsen replaces, so here. Corinne Schwartz, Beatrice Watts, no longer employed. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram were hired. Lisa and Valerie were let go. Catherine Garrett was hired. 1981. Let's look up her. Nothing here, it seems. Why does Angela sounds like a familiar name? I'm not sure why. Maybe it's Ingram and my mind's just on One Piece. I also wanted to look up Beth Knox. Oops, if I can spell. Thought maybe there'd be like something about her 50-year anniversary. Okay, I feel confident about this, and maybe this. We don't know her last name. She did have the TV station, but I don't know what that makes her. We could try to find, Roottree Australia. I definitely didn't spell Australia right. one eye. Here we go. Roottrees Oz is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. Developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. According to a history website for Roottrees Oz, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership, the Roottrees Candy Company at the time, so Guy. Roottrees Oz did have some success, but only in certain regions. Manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottrees Oz now serves as an importer and distributor. Okay, let's look up Charles Martin. Candy manufacturer in Australia, born in 1923, and had a popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Oops. Okay, same website? Same website. Most of his history is unrelated to the Rootrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Roottrees Oz. He used his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple treats through the same method he had already been using for his previous candy venture. So it's probably Robin Martin then? A website about Australia Commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottree company in the US. Much like how the Clans Trust distributed the profits from the Roottree company evenly to the Roottree family, the profits of Roottrees Oz would be split 50-50 between the American Roottree company and Martin himself, for him to do what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Yeah, Robin Martin. Roottrees candy gained a poor reputation in Australia and sales suffered immensely. Passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin. Ooh, okay, let's put her in. Robin Martin. Featured in the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husbands, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have had children. Find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving robin eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors in the 80s when she once showed up to a charity function and 3 very attractive men, each wearing a suit that said simply "satisfied partner" on it. So she has her own exclusive retreat? Does that make her CEO? Let's put her as CEO. What's Robin's eggs? You could find it on a site called Edgy Jokes. Besides the jokes about Robin's eggs, there's a lot of jokes about the band U2 for whatever reason. Can we look up U2? No, that's funny. Satisfied partner. Retreat? No, but we could probably look her up in the business periodical, actually. Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992, the year after he died, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted her to an almost unimaginable level of wealth. A writer at Business Watch who was assigned to report on this news seems to disapprove of this move immensely. When the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division, as well as what was to become of the maple candy factory, the entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values. But who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh wait, so she actually doesn't have any children? Maybe she does though. Maybe she's got a secret child. And we could also look up her dad, Charles Martin. Okay, legal leadership, teams from Roottree. Yep. New adventure down under, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it mentions Robin. Okay, that's the same stuff. You never know. Unless we think she's daughter, but they kind of look probably the same age. Like who's— oh, she's got the tattoo. Oh shit. That's this lady. She has an optional picture. Huge. Okay, that's her here then. Huge, huge, huge. Shit, what was I gonna say? Susie? Who is Susie? He sent his mistress Susie something to the bathroom. 1981. Okay, yeah. Susie. Susie. Not where am I supposed to be here? Susan Ford? Oh my god, do we think it's Susan Ford? Oh my god, it might be Susan Ford. Well, Ford's probably not her last name, actually. Moved to office staff. Susan Ford. So she was hired as Susan Ford. Okay. We've looked her up. She was, the death school. Where was she? Brian, Brother Trouble, Seabass. Ah. Randorf School for the Deaf. Formerly named Grandorf Dove. Yeah, Danish for death. Deaf. I keep saying it with the TH. Ms. Ford is fluent. Ms. Okay, so Ford is her maiden name. Huge. Ms. Ford is fluent in 5 languages. Well, actually Ms. is unknown, isn't it? Hearing for the Hudson Wing. It was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf, first built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to the history site, they got their name after the president, Guy Hudson, of the Roottree company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came from the assistance of an employee of the Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed. To surprise her future husband, who was deaf. Okay, so Ford is probably married name. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. First it only operated on weekends, but since it had added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Does that make her a teacher then? Teacher is not here. Maybe a director? She wasn't a secretary at all. She was an interpreter. And then she was office staff, whatever that means. Yeah. Does she work at this? Yeah, she became the first teacher at the new campus. But we don't have teacher. What is she if not a teacher? Maybe she's the principal now? Wonder if this will give us a different response. No. Ooh. Grandorf School for the Deaf was made a few odd appearances here and there in Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can't look at all of them, and so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of this year mentions that the Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from 2 different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Her mother, a Ms. who is principal, here we go, yeah, she is principal now. Ms. Susie Ford, who is a principal at the nearby Grand Door School for the Dead, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma's kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert, isn't even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. Okay, we'll keep that up. So this is the runner. This is the older one? Or the younger one? EpiPen, asthma. Okay. Let's go back here. My youngest hasn't stopped running, so the youngest is the EpiPen. Heather, Melissa and Heather. Let's just assume it's in order. Melissa Ford. Heather Ford. A student. K through 12. K through 12. Okay, so I'm confident in this and this, which means these might be backwards. Yep, there we go. Huge. Mm-hmm. Nice.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. But I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science
Bald
fiction.
man at the door? Yeah,
You can
this is
actually
Chris.
determine who's in the family
Or not
just by
Chris,
testing
Clark.
their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the test.
He was the guy who had all that hair and then he was bald at the end of the... where is he? This guy? He had so much hair and then he ended up being bald. Okay, we've made some progress. We got this kind of figured out. And we're kind of starting to figure some of this stuff out. So he was actually in like an open relationship with his wife, whose wife is a lesbian. So she was okay with it. She wanted to be sleeping with the women he was sleeping with as well. That's what we learned. That's like the big discovery so far. Yeah, we've got a bunch. So we're thinking that this is potentially... he had a contact in Australia. And that we're thinking that maybe it was his business partner's daughter. This has to be her. Maybe her occupation's wrong, but this... Occupation's wrong, but otherwise I think this is correct. We just don't know her maiden name or occupation, and she, we just learned, was a principal at a deaf school, but her maiden name is not Ford. Ford is her married name. So we know this is Ford. But we don't know his first name, but he's deaf. That's kind of what we've got going on right now. Haven't figured out much about him other than he's like a... It's said that they're adopted. They're not actually adopted, but we haven't learned anything about him yet. And this is still... nothing. Deaf. Sorry. D-E-A-F. I keep saying it wrong too. My tongue just doesn't wanna. Okay. So what we were looking at was... Here's the twins. And we were looking at this where we found out she's a principal. Just thinking maybe we could look up this play. Not sure if it'll give us anything. It's quite obscure, only appearing on Broadway for 17 performances. Formed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name Jeremy Johnson was in musical theater all 4 years of high school. Ooh, developer lore. One song from it that somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical, called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I'd recommend Barry Manilow's version. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Anyways, the key word in that Butler County Times article was local. A local production? Oh, you know what? You're just bad at English? Oh, gotcha. I mean, it's also probably how I was saying it too. I wouldn't say you're bad at English, though. Shit, in the base game there was a theater. There was a theater, and we saw it from Brian Jones's webpage about his production company. It was like Jones Print or something like that. Show older. Be sure to read the full Butler County Times article. Maybe irrelevant, that's fine. Yeah, Jones Graphic and Print. Folder. Here we go. Butler Summer Theater. Makes sense. As it is currently summer, they are selling tickets for one of their musicals, Cabaret. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. November Studios is listed under choreography, just like it was during your last investigation. Not for our current search. Damn. That's fine. What else do we have that we could go off of? Oh, we found the missing pages of this. That's how we figured out the interview. This was a book that we had already looked at. And an out in her contract. This was her first book that she wrote. So what else? There's one more hint in this page. Last time he and I met, he had switched out his orange suits to the green ones. Which is how we were able to place the years, kind of. Maybe it has to do with Brazil Roottree, actually. Because what we need is, his wife's maiden name. That's what we need. We haven't looked up the town. Looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing, so we could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing that involved corruption and politics, so the small town name he made up, Alvalagos, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing two regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. That was so bad. Roottrie Everywhere Initiative. I don't know if I've looked that up. Late 1970s, it coincided with some other large changes at the company and had mixed success. Different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. Minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you glean the following. Roottrie candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Involved Roottree's expansion to other major markets. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Okay, so we've looked up Roottree Oz and Roottree Brazil. Let's do... I'm just gonna highlight all of them though. Let's look up China. Oh, I'm gonna butcher some of these so bad. One of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy, 1979. So I don't think this has to do with any of the affairs, because 79 would have been this year. Unless it was the same year, who knows? But I'm assuming this is the Australia daughter. During the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottree Candy Company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who is said to personally win over the Rootrees family, was the owner of multiple textile factories. Did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China, so instead they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottree candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Chinyu, right? X is like a CH. I think that's how it happens, how it works. Okay. Lang Chinyu in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is her last name. Yep, I'm aware. Is a businesswoman currently running the Lang Tai textile company. recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. She has a younger sister. No, so it's... I don't think this correlates to anything in here, unless it's like way down the line here. Potentially. Right, 2. It could be here. This is a possibility. Um... 1992, after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees. And some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company had been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Chi Yu is an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Oh, maybe it's not. There's an unsourced picture of Xin Yu in the article. It says it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It's in my evidence. It's like, I wonder if we can read the paper, but I can't read Mandarin. A photo of Lang Zhiyu from a recent article about the growth of female entrepreneurs in China. She runs a business with many textile factories. So this has got to be the 5 pieces. But we have a photo of her, which means she's in here somewhere. She helped her sister have a kid. Oh, wait. I'm so confused. Are these kids? Are they siblings? Adopted? Maybe? John Doe? So confusing. Unless it's this here, but it said younger sister. So the younger sister had... We're just gonna put her here for now. Jinyu Lang. Or Lang's the married name? I have no idea. She's going there for now. So let's go back 1. No, Lang's correct. His brother, Lang. Okay. Maybe it has nothing to do with anything at all. So actually, let's go to this board. So this would be 21. Say like 20 years later, 41. And then this would be 61. Yeah, that probably doesn't fit at all timeline-wise. Maybe, though. Roottrees France is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy, developed everywhere, initiative, blah 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 blah. Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed. Then the leadership of Roottree went through a very large change soon after. CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottrees France. Still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. Seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottrees mania, as you recognize the word Roottrees in one of the questions. It's not going to question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. Then he kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. Mentioning Pokemon. It's quite funny. Can we look up Pokemon? Pokemania has swept the globe in the last few years or so. Can we look up Nintendo? How far can we go down this path? No. Nothing here. What if we look up? Shit, what was her name? Separately brings up much fewer results than Ling Tai. So we could look up Ling Tai. Even featured Business Watch in 1992. She missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentions some of her history. She was born in 1947. Actually, that might fit. That might fit the timeline. First of two children, her mother was already in her 30s when she had her and had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. That was Jin Yu's sister. It became clear that her father is not going to have a son to pass the family business down. Her father stayed the president of Ling Tai for a very long time, and as daughters grew up, he began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, and the other in the US. Neither were given any official titles. When he died due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew this could be a problem. His brother, Jin Yu's uncle, was not a businessman and was much younger than his brother. Ran the company as her brother's consultant, or uncle's consultant. Dementia. Okay. Not particularly helpful. one of the earliest mentions from October 1979 stands out very unusual because it doesn't involve Ling Tai's business. The article details a new, at the time, medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 1978, soon the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. A few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay premium. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Ling Tai was Ling Hongbo, and his younger daughter Ling Jinyao, and her husband could not have children, so in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Qi Jinis to have a child implanted in his older daughter who was unmarried. Approximately 380,000 yun, or over 10,000 USD. His daughter. So this is the other daughter. Key Genis. Key Jeans. Okay, they made international news in 1994 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services, in some cases, falsified. While they did perform IVF, the whistleblower provided that a few of their customers paid for a very different service, an alibi. Ooh. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families, did not want to give up the child, but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. Oh, shit. Whistleblower claimed that they helped do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof of one case. The daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to their investigation. Key Jeans shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there's no extradition to either China or the US. So that actually be her here then? But it was her sister. It also said that Robin didn't have any kids. I was just thinking maybe she did and we didn't know. And maybe it was her. Because this was her sister, this is her. She wasn't married. She never married. At least not that we know of. Oh, implanted in his older daughter, who was- oh my gosh, I didn't- oh my god, it didn't click. Okay. So yeah, that is her there. Holy. So now we have timeline of everyone he had a kid with. This is correct. She was CEO. So now we need to figure out her kid. Or I guess it would be listed under her sister's kid. Maybe we could look up Lang. Or Jinyao. Um, this is the same article. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Lang Thai located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, the Thai in Lang Thai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. Piece of Asia. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Thai. They offer fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices, nothing out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife, Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too. And from using an online translator, it seems Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Qin Yao. So we need to figure out who their kid is. Right? That's what it's saying in here. Yeah, their child implanted in his oldest daughter. So who knows who has custody, though? Probably them. So we have Jerry and Linda Han. Let's look up him. Okay, same thing. Jerry, Linda Han. Here we go. Jerry, Linda, and Mark. So Mark's the kid. Appeared recently in a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hangin' with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Assuming he doesn't have a Chinese name. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company, never names it. After expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portions of the business. Linda jokes the entire situation is something out of an Alanis Morissette song. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Okay, so he's just Mark Han. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are the complete opposite, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece who grew up there was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. Our niece. So is Mark hers? It's gotta be Mark, right? The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Mark Han. He's a college student? Could look up Mark Han. Okay, same. We could look up Lucy Lang. Not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. Few that come up with any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. A Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talent Claw. Hanging with the Hans. Yeah, that's quite funny. Team Talent Claw are one of only 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's a cappella group in LA called the Jen and Tone X. Third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Well, she's in she's high school, right? Let's go back real quick. Oh, as soon as she graduated, so she's graduated now. In college, potentially. We'll look up these. Company located in New York City. Lucy Lang is a lead synergy engineer who's listed as being ranked one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. CSSU. Oh, that's just... okay. Is a company that other companies hire as consultants to increase productivity. It's unclear the exact services they provide. The site is light on details. None of them are related. So maybe it's not that one. Maybe she's an acapella. College acapella group. Yeah, college. Okay. Out of LA. Listed as a soprano. There doesn't seem to be much else about her other than her name and that she performs a soloist in a song called Like the Wind. Featured on a CD compilation called Boca, performing a cover of a popular boy band song. Oh wow, that's a that's a lot just for this song. Subways on Your Mind by Fex, early 1980s pop song, #1 hit. Subways of Your Mind is one of those rare songs that feels like it has always existed. Like it fully forms from a collective ether. Modern Danger. Often search for Like the Wind. Gotcha. Oh my god, why are we U2 all of a sudden? That's like the second time U2's popped up. Once cited both Fex and Jim and the Diamond as inspirations. Neither Fex nor Subways. What's Fex? Oh, that's the group. Relatively unknown to anyone outside of Dublin. I wonder if it has to do with, the one point in time where U2 was... I don't remember what album, but there was one U2 album that was automatically downloaded onto every iPhone, like back in the mid-2010s. It was the weirdest thing ever. It's gotta be a reference to that. Okay, that doesn't give us anything. We could look up Fex in the periodical. Nothing. Let's go back to Lucy Lang. So she could be this. Oh, this is also university. Mid-Eastern University. Midway between Maine and Miami. Okay, let's go back here real quick. Appearance on second season of British television show, robotics fighting. Only has text-only site where you can find linked from the university's student section. Site seems like it's used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. Meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been cancelled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. At the bottom, the traveling members of Talonclaw are listed as Team Captain Jaya Patel and supporting members Lucy Lang and Kurt Hauser. Kurt Hauser. Mid-Eastern University. Such a generic name. Spectres, not known for their sports programs as much as their education. Fairly extensive computer science and robotics. Notoriety of Ivy League schools. Some refer to it as Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald. Ooh, maybe we can find that newspaper. Huge. After a bit of research, you've discovered its name is a combination of Herda, or Hedera, and Herald. Okay. Boasts that they have historical technology museum on campus. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Maybe we look up Lucy Lang here. Ooh. 3 students. Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Ming Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world. So maybe Lucy's actually who we need. However, as she has progressed through her majors, she's become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talonclaw's weapon. Loves linguistics. She practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She prefers her personal favorite is Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its use in pop culture. Okay, we've got the article now. This has got to be what we need. So her name was Min Lang? Lang Min? Min Lang. Potentially. Mainly because we have a photo of her. So that's 2 that I'm positive on. We need 4. Maybe we could find out more about Sonia. Not sure how to find her maiden name. Okay, we can start by going to go back to Roottree, Brazil. I don't know if we looked up this. Same thing. Okay. That doesn't give us anything. So this was the fire. Translates to maple fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in case of clear arson. Fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floors, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a news special did list this incident, as well as a few others in the small town, as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory profits. There was something about a TV thing, though. Gotta look him up. Yeah, his wife Sonia discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. Let's look that up. Came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of different network at the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. You don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Damn. Find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. Former mayor. Ba-ba. Maybe I could look up television. No, nothing there. His son though, or I guess not his son. Flavio. Brazilian newscaster. I wonder if we can look him up in the periodicals. I don't think he's gonna be in any of these, but we can try. There's fan fiction of him somewhere. Could you imagine if he's in Teen Blast? That'd be crazy. Holy. Ashley York, a British model, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing her first shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Suarez. In it, a Teen Blast reporter asked how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw, and I told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called I can't say that. I'm just gonna trip over myself. Sonia Alves. Huge. Let's assume that's her real name. Does that count as media mogul? What does mogul mean? I'm looking it up. Media mogul. Owns or controls a significant portion of a media's conglomerate or enterprise. Okay. Calling her a media mogul. So that gives me 3, potentially? Okay, let's look at this more. Yeah. Common name in Brazil, so she's shortened her name to Nia to stand out to the public eye. Oh. Focused on her company and vague on searchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980. She continued to work in television until 1988 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was a perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go on into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn she stays out of the spotlight, doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Magazine? I was kind of hoping we would get another publication or periodical. Yeah, so they divorced, they split up. I can't believe Team Blast gave us something. That is insane. Oops. Portuguese for no relevant results. We could look up, actually, what was... We could look up Ashley York. British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. Having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating Flavio. Can we look at PETA? Okay, that didn't give us too much. Oh, what if we look up this in Business Watch? Too many results based off one-off mentions and name drops for anything to be useful. Okay, nothing. I want to do more with this Pix Pop. That was fun. We still haven't figured out really anything about her. Or her kids. Maybe we could do that. There was a periodical, I believe, about her. Or that she was in. But I do not remember what it was called. Maybe an Antonelli's? She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. Trying to save up money and moved to Boston, opened their own restaurant. We could look up Christine Garland, maybe? Or Steve Garland? See, I thought maybe she was, a chef because they wanted to open their own restaurant, but maybe she's a driver. Because she delivers produce. She's not a secretary anymore. She was let go. And... No longer working for the Roottrees since 78. And I thought here maybe we'd be able to find Susan's maiden name, but she was hired as Susan. So we don't have any other Susan that we could go off of. This is Sam's daughter, this is Sam's gay dad. Got Johanna. Yeah, Christine Farrow is Christine Garland. I feel like I kind of have all that put together, but I don't know what her job is. Maybe we could look at Boston. Nothing. There's something with the Zimmers. The Zimmers own the restaurant that he worked as a chef. I don't know what we needed to look up for that, though. I know that we have looked it up. The Zimmers. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. And that's where we found that weird recipe about that bread that looks really good. So this was written by Mark Zimmer. Dude, maybe, maybe Steve and Rochelle also had an affair. I have no idea. We're kind of getting down to some bare bones. What do I need for them to come back? 20? Damn. I was kind of hoping they'd come back and give me some more information soon. We could look up Patricia. Patricia Hudson? I don't remember her maiden name. Patricia Jones? Okay, we've got all the other optional pictures put in up here, so that's good. was hoping we'd be able to find more about her. But I feel like we have to find it through the Zimmers, and I just... What was, Aura and Yates? F and Y. I'm not sure if the initials mean anything. The plated loaf. Earned her the position of the king's personal baker. Yeah, was not made of the gift and already prepared buns for the palace ovens. So it feels like she cheated and is already pregnant. He'd be unable to bake with her. So weird. Yeah, bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years and settled down for 15 more. Their souls are golden with no regrets. Assuming the king is Roottrie, they are bankrolled by the Roottrees. So unless Zimmer somehow fits in here somehow, we don't have pictures of them though. These have to be garlands, right? Maybe we just look up garland? See if we can find her maiden name, because that would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially. Ah, shit, what's the deaf school called? We had that one with her daughters. Like maybe there's more about the school somewhere else, but it doesn't seem like it. We're just gonna go through, just in case, because we got that crazy hit off of Teen Blast. So you never know. What if someone is from... All we know is that her husband's deaf and is a Ford. What if I look up Susie Ford? Okay, that gives me this same article. We also have Melissa and Heather Ford. We could look them up. Heather. She's not deaf herself, but used it to communicate with the deaf. And then we have the Hudson Wing, which we've looked up, which is how we found out her husband's deaf. Came at the insistence of an employee at Roottree at the time, which she was. Mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. Do we just look up deaf people? Oh, I wonder. The donation should be in here somewhere. Major expenses. Yeah, Grandorf Dove donation. Grandorf. I wonder if maybe her husband works. Although we'd see another Ford, wouldn't we? I guess let's look for another Ford. Across that, those names seem to pop up quite a bit. Maybe we can look them up. The Fords. Doris Mays feels like a particular name, too. This is Gwyneth's husband. Susan Ford. I don't think there are. But why else would they need a interpreter? Maybe let's just look up Roottrie interpreter. Well, she knows 5 languages, actually. Maybe it was when they were, like, traveling. Maybe she knows, like, Mandarin and French as well. Yeah, we did look up work time temp. I don't think that gave us anything crazy. Yeah, nothing related to it. Could look them up in the periodicals. We have her bonus picture. Excited to put that in. We had looked up Marcon. Just gave us this. We could look up this website. Maybe there's other stuff under it. No. Butch Cassidy. And The Sundance Kid was a popular 70s film. Robert Redford, who played the Sundance Kid, is famously redhead. Oh my god, she has a thing for redheads. Is that what we're supposed to tie together? Obsessed with Robert Redford, that's insane. Insane connection. Business school in China? Do we know any... We don't know any business schools there. I'm assuming it's Lucy Lang because we actually have information about her. And the fact that we have no hints here, I think we've got it kind of locked down. Let's see. 3 things here. We could look up Gwyneth, actually. Gwyneth Madsen. She took over the farm. We looked up Guy Hudson everywhere. Okay, irrelevant. Oh, they both died. Him and his wife. Yeah, 5 Ps. This isn't anything new. We got those pictures. Oh, what was the redhead? What was... Robert Redford. Really? I know this is probably like a dead end, but I thought it'd be cool to give us more information. What was it called? Sundance Kid? Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Nothing. Okay, I guess that's a dead end at this point. Okay, Ducky. Mary Beth's children. I tried. Mary Beth. Time. If I can spell her name right. Oh, Stuart and Mark. Oh my god. Completely skipped right over that. Okay, Mark Clementine. Holy. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website called the Infamy List. Massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Oh my god. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there or Australia. Mark is listed as being from LA. Pretty big entry. Very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regular airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. Charged with trespassing. 1982, arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian-Mexican borders. Illegal reptile supplier in LA. Quite successful for 4 years. But was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently the Portland Telegraph. That's probably something. Nice, okay. We'll come back for that. Credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. Incident received national press. So he's in jail. On parole. He was a pilot. Does that count as like his last held job? It does. Oh wow. Ah, yes, we were right. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Oh, but he's kind of hot. Multnomah County Corrections Division. He has a daughter. His daughter's graduation. Billy Sims. Sandstone Canyon High School. 1994. Crocodile Clementine. And so it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat, and his comments afterwards is heard of the now famous audio clip from someone who's recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy apparently only dazed and said, "Alright, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Oh my god, that's funny. Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor and Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." That is hilarious. You know what I want to do real quick? Is we've got her photo. Oh wait, we didn't actually get her. I went to put her alternate photo in. That's fine, I guess. God, that is so funny. Sandstone Canyon High School. Okay. What was that periodical we got? Portland Telegraph. Crocodile? That's not how you spell that. Oh, it is. Clementine. Flying weekly between LA, Juarez, and Vancouver. Very low, literally under the radar. Promptly arrested. Now what if I look up Mark? And anything else? Did a small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members at a school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Colleen Webb. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister, and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb names so that no one would connect them to her ex-husband. Oh. Colleen Webb. So their daughter's name, legally they're not Webb, right? Yeah, legally they're not Webb. Maybe in Portland? She worked for a newspaper stand at the airport. 2 daughters. We don't get their names at all. Basket Baby of 1950. Real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as their own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the basket baby. He even went on tour with her as he grew up. Now the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. The infamy list. That just gives us this, okay. Imply that he hails from Florida, that's so funny. His daughter's graduation. Maybe Webb? How do we get his daughters? We know Colleen Webb. Oh, this is the new Cashew PC Nut OS 1.1. Computer's now ready for Y2K. But we do know they're Clementines. And we know this is the daughter, who's probably in college now. I wonder if we can look up... Maybe she went to the same college. Look up Webb, and we could look up Clem. Clementine Webb. Well, we're getting lower and lower. Susie something. Susie Ford. This was a red herring. Trisha was a swinger. Yeah, there's one more hint on this page. I wonder if this copy of the book, there's one copy of it somewhere. Final draft. Maybe we could get that. Yeah, I remembered her from trips overseas, so I guess she did know, like, Mandarin and French. And Portuguese. Yeah, this is where I thought maybe, but it did say that Robin doesn't have any kids. But yeah, Patricia. Patricia likes girls. I feel like maybe it has to do with the Roottree everywhere. Maybe, because that's where this kind of took us to. Either that or the copy of that book. Still 2 items here. Has to do with something with this Antonelli's. A caterer from a local restaurant met her daughter. Her daughter is Christine. Yeah, bribed a politician to open a factory in Brazil. Yeah, a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage. Instead of it being a natural course of events, she mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because she overheard them yelling about someone with that name. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Which I thought was Beth Knox. But maybe her name's like actually Beth. Not Elizabeth. Because it lists her as Beth. Where is she? Or it could be Elizabeth Cravensworth. That's a possibility. I just assumed it was Beth Knox because she had a 50-year anniversary. But she wasn't a secretary. I mean, she was, but then she wasn't. Yeah, 50-year. Which would have put it at 1926. Oh, but maybe not, because this was 1921. She'd be too old for this. I wonder if we could look up, like... I don't know how to find them. God, that's such a good photo. I can't. Oh, I feel like we can do this. Shit. Like, maybe we'll get more information about this once we hit the 20, so we just need 4 more. 1, 2, 3, potentially 4. 4. We just need something good to look up. Could look up Raptor Tunes again, actually. Once had a photo of Clark on it, no longer exists. Instead, it redirects to a site for a telephone number called 1010-250, which frustratingly keeps popping up advertisements in new windows every few seconds. You manage to close them, but it sure is annoying. It's apparently a phone number you can dial before making a long-distance call to receive a discount from the telephone company. The past few months, we've been inundated with ads for it and other services like it. This includes TV spots starring celebrities, radio commercials with parodies of popular songs, and banner ads for it on many different websites. Doesn't seem relative to your search. The Raptor Tunes domain was likely purchased by a third party when the license expired. We could look up Edward again. He was the lawyer. Oh, current events. Okay. Oh, latches onto pop culture. We've been seeing a lot of things that are like pop culture this, pop culture that. So maybe we should have been looking those up in Picto-T? Pico-T? He was the Plants Trust. Yeah, we had looked at this already. Yeah, I guess it's the same. Nothing there. Same. Nothing there. It's about the magazine. Albert Cross. Red. Watts, not Webb. What if I looked up Susie Ford? So on this page, there are 2 hints. Oh yeah, we haven't looked up butterscotch. Butterscotch. 5 pieces. Yeah, we don't know where butterscotch comes into play. So maybe it has something to do with that. I mean, I could look up all of these people, but I'm not sure that's worth our time. Oh. Corinne Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anam and Mom were harassing her. She recently had to take leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership where she works, begging people to stop the accusations so she can get back to normal life. In every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she's not her. Named it a national tabloid. Impossible for her because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corinne could have been involved in the potential fairs on your tree. Okay. National? Is she on here? National tabloid. Maybe we will find something interesting. I doubt it, though. Because, yeah, Elizabeth Farrow's is, Christine Farrow / Christine Garland's mother. Emily Seinfeld? What's the main character's name in Seinfeld? The show. You think we could look him up and just look up Seinfeld? Let's just look up Seinfeld. Nothing. I feel like it has to do, like, we've got Christine Garland, we've got Barrow. We looked up Rafter Tunes. We didn't look up these. Elizabeth Cravensworth. And Lloyd Carpenter. New 5-piece flavors. How do we look up butterscotch? Where did butterscotch happen? Caviar is in Brazil. France fell through. Thought China was just a manufacturing plant, so maybe Australia? Butterscotch would be good. It's now an importer and distributor. Maybe the retirement party? Christmas tree bash. Yeah, I'm not sure what else we could have here. There's one here. Ooh, Eli C. Roottree. I wonder if we can look her up under her maiden name. Portland, like Portland, Seattle. Right? Hmm. I don't know if we've gotten any other book titles. Yeah, Beth Knox. Terry O'Connor's new. Morrison. That's a name. Like, I think that's part of the tree. Beatrice Watts. I've looked up these. She's new. Emily Barnes now. Yeah, she got married. Yeah, still no idea where Butterscotch is happening. For Watermelon, ooh. So Watermelon happened in China. Strawberry. Strawberry and butterscotch. And then Carl. Have we looked up Carl? Yeah. And then this is Sweetheart. Yeah. Maybe we look her up here. This one mentions Ernie. This is old. Developing products including the ever-popular Maple Crisps. Oh, Super Bowl commercial. That's what Clark did. Okay, that's all old stuff. They've mentioned Jim a couple times. Maybe there's more stuff with Jim. Might be more with Ron and Robbie. Look up Robbie Roottree. Released from French prison after serving a few years for assault, his embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces. As Robbie's participation in the Klans Trust was a key piece of evidence in Sam's favor, and have since become much more publicly infamous. Not yet returned to the US, but journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother. He had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending some time together caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. Highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. Recovery from my addiction and major aspect of that process is I wish to stay private. What really happened with Roottree? Family actually helped preliminary vote, blah 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 blah. That has nothing to do with Robbie. Okay, this is old. We could look at Lauren's other old books. Let's go back here. Okay, we've already got that one. Aunt Margot. Clark. Swashbuckle my heart. Oh, what does she go by? I don't remember. I wonder if Samantha Roottreee will get any different hits. No, it doesn't get any at all. Actually Gwen might be in Starlit, considering she's dead. Okay, this is old. Okay, Ducky. We're stuck again. Yeah, we're trying to figure that out. Garland v. Zimmer. Zimmer v. Garland. Where did it have that? Zimmer, 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 Zimmer. Zimmers. Mark was also mentioned. I guess we'll look up Mark Zimmer. It's the same. Steve Garland. Oh, here we go. Met his wife Christine. Seconds from months later in September 1978. Weekend cooking classes. Gourmet for the groovy. The blurb mentions that he's giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month, so that he can keep an eye on his son. Third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that the local author by the name Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland sold Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales, which we have that. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. Ah, okay, so that isn't Zimmer's work. Yeah, so Steve knows about the affair. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. So they've got a son. Um... 1978. So it's potential that the son is first. She might be a housewife now. I'm gonna put her as housewife. Former Butler County resident, so where are they now? Before he moved, so they're definitely in Boston now. I fear this doesn't give us anything other than they have a son. Kitchen Tales? Maybe just Kitchen Tales? Featured on a morning talk show. Yeah, that's what they saw. What if we go Kitchen Tales by Steve Garland? Like, maybe he got the rights to it? Those wouldn't be his kids' names, right? There's no way. No way. Garland's bean salad. What the hell? What else do I look for with this? They married in 78, so their son would be their firstborn. Are we going based off of typical naming? Like, you'd be Stephen Garland Jr.? Do we have juniors? No. They're in Boston, though. Maybe could look for online marketplaces? I don't know. Like, it's definitely the story of him and Christine and Guy. Yeah, like, this happened and then they got married. Yeah, local resource, which is what we already looked at here. Gosh, Ducky. Oh. Re-release with a different title? Did it? Re-release is Garnishing the Truth. Oh my god. But this would be by Steve Garland. Holy, okay. Introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I'm a good teacher. To Mark Zimmer, you proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. A foreword by Mark Zimmer. I met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's Brew House over a game of darts. They'd said they'd give us the first drink of the night for free for an entire year for mentioning them. Maybe you should take a cooking class? I'm bad at cooking as well. I kind of want to take a cooking class too. I normally just do like pre-made ramen stuff, and the only thing that I can make is like a shredded chicken crock pot recipe for like really good quesadillas. But that's just throw everything in the crock pot and wait 4 hours. Same. Nice. Okay, by the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money. That sounds good. It is pretty good. It's just like, I'll take like a couple of chicken breasts and then, like a jar of salsa, but I'll blend the salsa in a blender with, taco seasoning because I don't like the chunkiness of salsa. And then I'll just pour that over the chicken and then let it cook in the, like, slow cooker for 4 hours. And then I'll make quesadillas with it. It's fantastic. Highly recommend. And you can add like beans and corn and whatever else you want. Yeah. So good. Well, it's a slow cooker. You just like put it on like during lunch or something and then you're ready for dinner time. I'll normally do it in like the weekends if I do make it. And then it'll also last you like the week too. It's pretty nice. Okay. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. Pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but then I decided to retire and move to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Okay. So we know James and Robert, and they're both chefs. That's here. James? Oh, first name. You get bored my cooking? Yeah, I do too. I also don't like doing dishes. James and was it Robert? Yes. And they're both chefs. And then, did we get their photos? We didn't get any print from that? Yeah, I guess we didn't get any prints. Scam, yeah. We could look up James Garland. James Garland? Okay, nothing there, but potentially. Not there in Boston, though. I don't have any Boston periodicals. Oh, we could look up the brew house. McCarran's Brew House is a pub in Boston and they have a website. Apparently the bar has been around a long time. On the site there's a list of famous people who've had a drink there, including former president of the United States, now the Roottree company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's, as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about. Local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out, and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So grab a bite at his kid's joint Fried Eye, then swing by to meet him for a drink. Fairly popular restaurant in Boston, they don't have a website. In-depth reviews explain it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. And usually the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. Why just vegetables? It's crazy. Short story about it listed on a webpage called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston. Tell personal anecdotes related to Boston and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature. That must be a periodical. So I went there in a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's the point? Yeah, okay, Fried Eye. Huge. Okay. Chef's Signature covered Fried Eye less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish the head chef is known for. Samosa cone. That's a samosa cone, just vegetables. Weird. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Oh my goodness, okay. James and Robert on the cover. The two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fried Eye, play on tie-dye that the servers wear. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. So is this head chef or sous chef? I don't actually know what that means. He might be sous chef. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they didn't have parents like we did. Grew up on a farm, supplied a restaurant, blah 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 blah. Book helped fund Fried Eye. Signature dessert, Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had the stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun, and assume that's all there is to it. It's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Okay. So let's put their pictures in. Maybe, assuming that's sous chef. So that gives us potentially 3 if she's housewife. Still have no idea how to figure out his kids. Also, he's a criminal. He was smuggling illegal reptiles across the border. Insane. Let's see. Still couldn't find any information on her last name or her husband's name. Should probably actually read through some of this. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Ah, she's a secretary. Still. But not for Roottree at this point. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off, always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, even though we were hyper kids running around causing a ruckus. Mom always had the eye for best vegetables for him to work with. Best to pass that on to us. Parents are now retired, so yeah, I guess secretary would be her last job. So that's what it gave us, their faces and secretary. Maybe. Why is this before 6 pieces? That's a little confusing. Oh man. Something in here still? Blah, 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 blah. Not for Okinawa. 20 years ago. God. God only put one eye in Miracle. That is hilarious because he's blind in one eye. Oh, it's awful. That's gotta be Sam. Please remember Sam. But nothing's thicker than Elias. Felt like this was too useful. There's still something in here, apparently. We looked up Bess Williams. She's dead. Maybe there's like Roottree propaganda. So I have a feeling that whenever they come back, we're gonna get more information on this whole area. So that's after we get 4 more. So we've got 3. Just need 1 more. We know that her children go by Webb, but their legal name is Clementine. Couldn't find Colleen Webb in anything. We do have Chef's periodical. Maybe she's a chef. Even know, did I spell it right? Yeah, okay. Infamy list takes us back to this website. From LA. Oh yeah, because his daughter went to that school in San Diego. Yeah, San Diego. National press. Wait, so what if we look up Billy Sims? Yeah, this was the same stuff. Sims' wife Carla. So Carla Sims. They divorced when she was pregnant with their second daughter, so they've got 2 daughters. To live with her sister. What if we look up Carla Sims? Why else would they give us her name? Comes up very occasionally on a small percentage of articles about Billy Sims. Carla appears to be a nickname. Although you have no way of being sure, it seems to most often stand for Carlita. Not related to my search. Okay. Slightly longer than most about Billy Sims' incident. Because of somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. Our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims at the time, who he was, but a security guard recognized him. That's when the trouble started. Stay tuned for Croc Watch. It's crazy. So he had a restraining order? Where could we find that? Seen as TV product aimed at kids. Focus heavily on educational book in an attempt to make otherwise cheap-looking timepiece seem like a good educational investment. Definitely unrelated. Damn. Croc Clementine. Do you think that'll give us something new? We still don't have any information on his daughter's names. Praying something does, yeah. Maybe Mark Clementine restraining order? I wish there was like a legal periodical. Let's just look that up. Nothing. Man, we just need one more person to lock in the 20. I'm confident this is it. I can't find her last name anywhere. Unless she's Ford. She is Ford, oh my god. I didn't think she was Ford. I thought Ford was was his name. Their kids are Ford.
Hey there, it's us.
Oh my god.
I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
What do you mean? He's been giving me info.
Our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble
Trust my
keeping up.
detective instincts. Thanks.
They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
What do you mean?
Well,
It's all
consider that a
vetted.
good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential
Five? Are you
pre-editions
fucking
before
with me
anyone
right
locks
now?
in from now on. Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
You're not gonna give me any more info? Oh, come on. Why can I look at this? It's all on the internet, god damn. 5, I know. Can I get out of this? Escape. Can we look up Riot Girl? Subgenre punk. Started in Olympia, Washington. You women got together to discuss sexism in the local scene. But of course, you already knew all this. You have a poster on your wall. Oops. Oh man, 5. That's ridiculous. That's like practically the rest of the tree. I was hoping that they were gonna give us more info on this. No. Okay, so we don't know his name at all then? All that we know is that her husband is deaf. Like, there's no way I've got info for all of this. Like, we only have one hint in each of these. And this has got to be about Beth. Yeah. He doesn't come up when we Google her? Google who? This has got to be about them as well. Ford lady? No, nothing comes up when we Google her. When we Google her... Shit, what's her name? Susan Ford? It's the deaf school, which is where we found all of that. So let me find it. This. But if we Google the school, and then if we go to Hudson Wing, which was a donation from the Roottrees, that's where we find out insistence of an employee of the Roottree at the time, which is Susan. It mentions she learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband, who is deaf. That's all we know. But yeah. Which, I mean, it's not like we have to get all the side people, but it'd be nice to have the side people, you know? Like, they don't necessarily count for finishing the game. Okay, I don't think we've got any more pictures. So yeah, he doesn't count. Can't click on them. He's done. They're done, they're done. He's done. To Natasha. I don't know if Natasha has anything to do with anything. It's possible. Keep that in mind. Yeah, we don't have any photos. Oh, wait. No, we just put her in. This is, Susan. Yeah. Damn. We only have one. Okay, so it has to be one of these topics. Or at least in here somewhere. Yeah, her book that came out. Conflicting press releases, which we've looked at. Yep. Which we know about the outside legal group. We know about Felix. This doesn't mean anything. We've kind of looked into this. These just all have to be in respect to Beth. That's all that I can think of. And we don't actually know if it's Beth Knox. I'm just assuming because Beth had a 50-year anniversary as like a secretary slash she worked in the office. I'm not entirely sure what that would have given her though. I could look up Elias more, try and see if that'll give us anything. I genuinely have no idea how to find them. Okay, let's look up Elias. Countless op-eds. I don't know if we'd be able to find the op-eds. Look up the gay rights activists. Farm shut down indefinitely. We've looked up Bess Williams. We have her book. She's dead. She was the one who had the library. Look up the library. Oh, that gave us something. Bocadoro Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Oh my god, I can't believe we got a hit. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and lists of exhibits. Building is small, admission is free. They only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. Sorry, I realized I could probably unplug my headphones. They've been plugged in for a while. Includes a fountain as well as statue unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is an original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. No records that you can find online or in your periodical search. Merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday. Only a year. Blah 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 blah. Resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names the way it did, it was tied to the longest title for an American newspaper at the time. The newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Real place with a real newspaper called the Jefferson Jim. I don't even know how to say that. No, very okay. That doesn't lead to anywhere. Cuba by Cubans. Book of Paintings of Cuba released in 19... Yeah, it is an insane name. It's crazy that it's real. And credited to Marcia Barban. Doesn't seem related. At first glance, though, it doesn't seem related in any way. Okay, let's highlight. No copies available. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. That is good. It's funny. Okay. Unknown author. Oh my gosh. Do we think Bess? It's Bess, not Beth. Do we think Bess Williams was the one? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I think it's Bess Williams. That's gotta be her, right? That'd be insane. Because Bess Williams was the author and she had a section credited to her. And she had a lisp. And so she would have called Bess Beth because she couldn't say her S's. And one of the kids asked her who Beth was because he overheard her saying Beth. Huge. Oh my god. You thought they'd end up being the same person? Holy, that's insane. I think that's correct. That's gotta be right. So would this be a Roottrie or would this be Williams? It's gotta be Roottree. You think you're right. Oh, huge, okay. Okay, Roottree isn't in here, so I guess it would be Williams. Holy shit. That's gotta be it. Miami Print Museum. Okay. Now if we come here, still 1. Let's go back to our old evidence and see what that book was about. Or that's not the book, that's the business watch. Where was Family Man? Oh, do we not have it? These are all of the evidences. So if it's not here, then we just don't have it at all. I think it'd be Williams too. That would make sense. I'm a little confused with what this triangle is. So they're married, they had this kid. Like, I'm confused where this line is happening. It doesn't look like this one. Or, like, this is their kid, but they adopted them, maybe? That might be what it is. Okay. So there's more about Bess Williams that we gotta find. You think so too? Okay, huge. So we need to figure out her kids. She lived outside of Miami. We've got a... Do we have a Miami periodical? No. But we were, like, close to finding one, weren't we? Yeah, this one's... Ooh, what about the Miami Sunday? I feel like we need a Miami periodical. Or wait, that was the Miami Sunday. We need the Miami Mercury. Huge, okay. Some point during this process, it was at least partially archived and available via your periodical search. And now we're gonna search Bess Williams. Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue fountain and second room that would double its shelf count. Okay, ceased operations in the 1960s. Let's put that here. Wildcat Construction mentioned once in an article you've already seen. Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. So that's gotta be Frank here. Oh, first name, Frank. He was a construction. Ophelia. He won a Navy Cross. That's huge. Focus on creating opportunity for soldiers, finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. Community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive, gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let soldiers handle it. Damn. That would never happen in this day and age. I work in partially construction, so I'm well aware of how that goes down. It's become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. Yeah, they could just raise their prices as high as they practically want. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. Uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. So I could look up Frank Wildcat Williams. Nothing here. Aha! Died at age 47, or 74, god. Reading things backwards. Sweetwater, Florida. Let's go, yeah. Exciting. Obituary website of a local news channel, written by his surviving family. Sheds light on his personal life. Grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II vets and did a lot of jobs around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. As an anecdote mentions, he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Ah! So she's also Williams, but that's her maiden name. A photo is attached of Frank in his youth juggling hammers in front of one of the construction sites. He was often known to do. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. Okay. Oh, and there's the statue in the background. Okay, that's 2. And so, 2 daughters, Barb and Sharon. Maybe getting 5 won't be too hard. Yeah. We're on a roll now. We can look up Barb. Barb Williams and Sharon Williams. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains services she offers. Coconut Grove, Florida. Bob, yeah. And then Sharon. Nothing about her. Advertises her career, motivational speaker. Testimonials from Greta Jones from WQ-TV 12, Vic Elmsworth from Kikiwa Falls Gazette, and Isabel Crosby, the superintendent of Benton County. Okay, that seems very important. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, and energize you. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. An intimate evening and a truly wonderful message. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. So does that make her... I think she's just a public speaker. I don't know if she's, like, religious speaker. Like, necessarily, if that makes sense. Let's look up all of these people. Got Greta Jones. Too common of a name. Fair. WQTV12. Unfortunately, WQTV12 has no online web presence. You do find it listed on a giant list of television call. Yeah, it only said motivational speaker. Next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. Need to do a deeper dive on specific city and state. So what if we just search this? 2 counties, Georgia, Illinois. So Springfield. We need Illinois. Springfield's Illinois. Springfield is the capital of Illinois. That's the only reason I know that. Ah, okay. So we need Georgia then. Okay. So Georgia. Deeper dive on a specific city and state. So Springfield, Georgia. When you refine your search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across the website that lists different channels available there. The list seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked each of these 3 categories. None are relevant to journalism. Channel 12 news anchor is listed as Greta Flores. News anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories were compiled in a book titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Alia Hale. Man, we're getting a ton. We didn't even use Rubber Ducky for this. That's huge. Anthropology, or anthology of stories told by different storytellers, blah blah blah. One by Barb Williams has been added to our evidence. Okay, first part of her story focuses on 2 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking, even ran away from home, only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter, Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. Okay, so Sharon is this one. This is Sharon. Sharon Williams, perchance? So this is John Doe, so maybe it doesn't even matter. Makes this Barbara Williams. Do we have a motivational speaker? Or maybe like oh, what would you call that? Public speaker? Public speaker. I feel good about that. We're kind of rolling. So that's 3. That's gotta be it. Talks about her sister, though. But that's gotta be your daughter, right? Here. Oh, maybe the spouse died, because it doesn't say they split up like it does here. So maybe the spouse died and then she married again. Okay. She had excellent marks in school and was intensely artistic and creative and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference, because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Yeah. Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at the county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. Planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again. And when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat. And I wasn't wrong, but she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. Oh, she's a hairstylist. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. And I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourself whenever the brat tries to take hold. Okay, so Sherry's hair. Hairdresser. Sherry's hair. Oh, that's a hell of a last name. Yastrazimiski? Oh, that's so bad. I cannot say that. She brags about her kids Tony, Mark, and Cricket. That's insane. Okay. Her oldest is Tony. Oh, don't tell me Tony comes from Christopher. Do we have Anthony? Yeah. But that has to be this guy, right? If that's her current name. We also have all those other people to search about. Barb. Large van and on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even Rachel to your door. Very long and presented as one paragraph. Blah, 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 no pictures. Her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. So Pete. Peter. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. Brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Tony seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently his little league team is nationally recognized. Damn. Cricket York is near the end. He has an entire section dedicated to her. actress on a local television show called Liberty Library. That's the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your due, is a stylist for the show. Oh, maybe I should put stylist then. Passage also mentions her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. Yeah. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. Cricket. She's an actor. Maybe stylist isn't here. No, so we'll keep hairdresser. And this is Mark. God, if I can type. The C. They're both still students, I guess, right? Little League. Straight A's. Yeah, athlete's not in here. So we could look up Peter, because it seems like he's pretty important if they had the charity together. Or Pete. Okay, nope. We'll look up the show. Children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando, Florida, on air since '91. Multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Liberty. Let's go, yeah. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like Corithmetric, tutoring companies such as EDU, C8-2U, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. Syndicated in a few markets across southern United States, in New Hampshire for some reason. The show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a Liberty Library Webbring, which we bring, though it only has 3 entries. Click through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in '97 at the age of 5, still listed as a current cast member. And we've got her picture now. The glasses are huge. So that's 4. Can look up these things, because why not? Textbooks, blah 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 blah. 5th edition. 16 total changes between the 4th and 5th edition. Okay, that doesn't give us anything, and we can look this up. Oh, that gave us something. Tutoring service. They have a deal with Liberty Library. They actually provide tutoring for all actors and actresses on the show, and to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who was seen in a photo labeled Cricket and her brothers, ready to learn from one of their talented tutors. You don't find much else, except there seems to be a small subsection of Liberty Library. Fans who are deeply unsettled by the company's logo. My mouse is like freaking out. One writes, I was terrified of the little girl in the EDU C8-2U logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before a creepy laugh came on. Okay, we can put their photos in. We just need their last name. Kind of want to use this photo for her. That way it's all the same. We could look up Cricket York. We haven't looked her up specifically. Okay, that gives us the same website. That's fine. And then we also have all of these to look up. We've got Vic Elmsworth. Ooh, goodness. Could look up the newspaper. Invented a small town. Series of online articles. Each current issue of the paper is presented on the home page. No archives of older issues. Okay, so that's not going to be helpful to our search. Seen Barb talk more on one occasion. Very large church. The biker who died was her son-in-law. Okay, wait. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story and how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law. And the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. Yeah, okay. Lanes Across America, or LLA, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. So this was how Drew Smith. Pages and pages of news articles that mention Lanes Across America have similar summary in them. Formerly LAM. It was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown, and now they have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. Photo of Drew. Oh, we need her. We need her face. We need Sherry's face. Drew Smith. Andrew Smith. Smith. Okay. We're finishing this shit today. We're so close. Ooh, yeah. Smith. Okay, so we just need these 5. We can't find anything about them, and we need his picture. I feel like there's a picture of them together somewhere. Got this one. And we had one more thing to look up. Isabel Crosby. Superintendent of Benton County. And Isabel Crosby, according to a flyer on Barb Williams' website, is the superintendent of Benton County. There's Benton County in 9 different states in America. Hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850 or so. You're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. Searching for Isabel Crosby doesn't lead to anything that seems to fit what you're looking for. We could look her up in the periodical. Or Benton. We're doing it for real, for real. No kidding. Okay. I can't believe it didn't give us her photo. Especially when she, like, oops, when they're the ones who created the charity. They founded it. Maybe we could look it up in the periodical, though. Miami Mercury, maybe? No, nothing there. Or they're in Orlando now, aren't they? Yeah, but it began in Miami. I'm gonna check this again. Chris Elmsworth. Newspaper of Small Town America. Just kind of, just glancing through it. Dry language details the idea that mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize. Hey, yeah, it's nothing. Can't really figure out Benton County. We could look up Brian Smith. Or what was it? Not Brian. What was his name? Andrew. I don't know where I got Brian from. Drew Smith. Yeah, that just comes up with that. What if I look up Peter York? Did he change his name? Pete York? Ooh, actually, Cricket York. Beam Blast. No. Starlet. Silver Screen. They're not in Butler County. Probably not in any of these. Oh, you know what? What if we look up Sharon Smith? She was Sharon Smith at one point. How does she spell Sherry? Sherry Smith? Just pulls up this. This Little League team, we don't have the name of the Little League team, though. Nothing. Not sure where they went to college. Yeah, probably none of these. Okay, what do we have in our evidence? 2 on the Barb Williams flyer. Are we assuming it's Florida? I mean, they're in Florida. One here. One here. We could look up Sherry Williams, maybe? Need his picture, need another one here. It's gotta be with the Benton County. Gotta figure out what state that's in. Nine different states. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850. What if it's this school? This was San Diego. California. That'd be crazy if it connected like that. 9 states. I wish it gave us the states that we're looking for. Let's see, around Florida? It could be Georgia again. Benton County. Like, there's gotta be a way that it connects to something else. Which is why I thought maybe California here. Because this was Georgia. Maybe this one's Illinois. Nothing in these, it seems. I was wondering if maybe we could get like a list of places that she's spoken at. But it feels like it's gotta be this. To give us maybe the last photo, maybe get her photo. Maybe we could look at LAM. What's LAA? Lanes across Miami? Yeah. Can we Google? Yeah, we did Google that. That's what gave us this book. Founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 1992. One of the oldest articles has a full, uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo solely to focus on Drew. Okay, that should be good. That should give us the whole wedding party, right? So it'd be her, her sister, mother, and her current husband. Because they were roommates. That gives us the rest of what we need. Huge. And now we're just stuck here. Sister, mother is so cursed, yeah. So yeah, now we're stuck here and her husband. I think I'm gonna rubber ducky it. Outside legal group was brought in. We know about the legal group, though. That's, the Rosie, Roxy, whatever her name is. I guess there's more down that path that we can look at. I was like all the way at the beginning. Oh, but we've probably looked it up since, so it probably moved. Where is it? It was with the Sicily thing. I could just look. Here it is. Ruby Legal Enterprises. Can't find much about the company from before this year. After the fiasco of Six Pieces and the revelation the Rootrees' internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. Now seems to have multiple ties to multiple aspects of the Roottree Corporation, including the candy company and Root. Relatively elusive. Most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Rootrees is from website for a magazine owned by a major airline. Subject of one article from a reoccurring series about modern-day success. Foster care, excelled at school, and earned a scholarship. Oh, we've got Mid-Eastern. We've got their paper. Top of her legal class. Few high-profile corporate-involved cases. Legal counsel. Manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Help a local gas station in her hometown of Portland. Oh, okay, we could probably find her in that paper as well. Blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Okay, so Ruby Spratt. We want here. Valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial. Heavy focus on wealth inequality. Unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. Felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her, I don't know what that means, our fellow students and parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. Important. Article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. According to the article, Ruby Spratt grew up in a foster care system and was apparently the valedictorian of her school. earning her the Gold Award. Chose to raise money to build a foundation she called Foster Fountain. Oh, build a fountain. Let's go back. A few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins for good luck. Encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All coins scooped from the bottom are slated to be donated to the Portland's foster care system. I wonder if she's, like, related in some way. Kind of seems what it's going towards. Fountain found small park in Portland. Yep, proceeds are donated to foster care system. A website for Portland's Park and Recreation mentions under a trivia section, the Fountain of Youth was originally conceived by Ruby Spratt, an alumni of the foster care system. As more businesses signed on as sponsors, it grew in scope, even Spratt's original hopes. Fountain is unique because it has special targets that visitors can aim for their coins towards. If a coin lands on one of those targets, each of the sponsor businesses match it. This isn't a huge amount of money from each business, but more than 100 businesses have agreed to participate, so each penny becomes $1. Well, that's cool. Damn. Gold Award? Oh, Girl Scout Gold Award. Okay, that just gives us this page. Religion of poverty. That's insane. So what does she have to do with all this? These are both daughters. Should she be here? We don't have a picture of her. I'm a little confused what else we're supposed to gain. Maybe something about the foster care system? Poverty is not a crime, it's suffering. Yeah. I totally agree with that. Gold Award, yeah. I got my Gold Award for Girl Scouts way back in the day. I don't even remember what I did. Definitely nothing this big. I wonder if this pops up in the periodicals here. Yeah, we've seen all this. That's the same. Oh, Rubber Ducky. Please come to the help. We've done that, though. We have Spider Search for that. Unusual legal arrangement. The entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company, as well as their sister clothing company, Root, with the period. Every Roottrie can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations, blah blah blah. Sam, her children and grandchildren should have been covered under the trust according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Rob and Ronnie. Ronnie and Rob. Blah, 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 blah. Purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. So the rest of the family made money hand over fist. Sam's book revealed this to the public. It did not go over well. Most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. The third legal party, Ruby Legal Enterprises, ensures that the financial motivations of Roottrie family members will not interfere with the investigations into the potential new Roottries. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Which gives us Ruby Legal Enterprises, which we've already searched through everything. Root is just a memorial page at this point with the scholarship, right? Yeah, scholarship page. Six pieces we've seen. Head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Allow gas station customers the ability to bet on gas prices. Cross between traditional lawyer and a PR manager. I genuinely have no idea where we're supposed to go from here. We looked her up on the Portland page, which gave us the fountain. We looked her up on the Mid-Eastern, which gave us that she had a perfect GPA and had a crazy valedictorian speech. The most complete source of information you can find from her before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. Holy shit, wait. He worked for an airline. Could this be Spratt? Someone Spratt? And this is Ruby Spratt? But she's an orphan. No, never mind. It can't be that. She's an orphan. And they're... like, she's maybe in college. Like, they're both in college, potentially. I'm just so confused how that has to do anything. Any company names you find? Have I not been doing that? Yeah, I feel like that's all we've been doing. Roottree Corporation? Ooh. Small memorial, blah blah blah. Roottrie sisters Carl, Brenda, Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez. Okay, we're looking up these people. Oops, I meant to highlight them. Kurt Johnson. Okay, they were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottree jet during the crash late December, or last December, through the NTSB investigation has not been released. Foul play has been ruled out. Trish King was on the cabin crew. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelmed phone lines in the ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. NTSB. Well, that's all the people in that search. I genuinely have no idea how this is supposed to give us, these last people, unless it's trying to give us this. I don't know why it'd be trying to give us this. I could look up, like, Portland gas station chain. Gas price betting? Gas station chain? That's what we've seen. It told us to search this. There are more companies in here. We've done Roottree, we've done Root. Oh, we could do RR Productions. Guy Like Us remake. Upcoming films called Movie News. The logo is a cow on a film canister. Rumor cast is Cameron Diaz, and the role originated by Gwen, Linda Fiorentino, and Chris O'Donnell. According to leaked news, the remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director, who's speculated to be Ron Roottree, dropping out in the wake of serious medical issue, though it's only a rumor. Movie News. That gives us that. Cameron Diaz. We know Cameron Diaz. She's a real actress. Are all these real actors? Potentially. That's old news. Okay. Go back to the Clance Trust. Yeah, this seems to be the only other company. Oh my god, I feel like we're going in circles. What the hell? Okay, give me something. Why do we need her company? Okay. I thought we were done with that line. Yeah, we've got Langtai Textile Company. Okay, wait, this is a little different. You're getting all the names mixed up, so this is a part of this. I'm like, why do we need any more of this? We've got that figured out. Oh my god. Maybe somehow Colleen Webb is in on this. Okay, Langtai Textile Corporation. Duck is lying. Yeah, it feels like it at this point. Or it's maybe like, here's the one website you haven't found yet, but it's not in relation to anything you, like, need. That's what it feels like. It goes back 250 years, damn. Lang Hongbo and China the family. Yep, we know that. He died before the internet was widespread, not much out there other than his name on the website. Jin Yu, yep. Yep. One is the Roottree logo, another is Tranquilts. That's new. We haven't heard of Tranquilts. Tranquil Quilts. Loudest quilts you've seen. The main quilt feature on the website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. Although they're listed on the website for Langtai Textiles Company, they don't seem to have much of a connection. It appears they import cloth. Just want to go back to this. Okay. We could look up Piece of Asia, which I don't think we actually did. It's the same website that we got Jerry and Linda. Okay, Ducky. Here we go. This is what we need. Bill Simmons. I feel like I've gone through that whole shebang, but maybe one of the new periodicals we got? We'll start here. We'll just go through all the periodicals. Information seems redundant. Okay. This we've read about. That's how we got Colleen Webb. How we know she worked for an airline newsstand. She left and moved to San Diego to live with her sister, which we don't know her sister's name. Unless Carla is her sister. Oh my god, is Carla Webb her sister? Maybe not. She raised them both by herself. Yep. Didn't change their names legally, but they used web so nobody could connect them to her ex-husband. Oh, we haven't looked at it here. Pico T magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. Seems they did report on it. And a few new bits of information. Billy Simmons was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. Damn. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Pico T interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter, Mary, was graduating that night. Mary Webb. Nice, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. San Diego website called Web on the Web. Personal travel diary that doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. Okay. So, I don't know if she's the oldest. I think it said that she's the youngest. If we go back here to... Portland, maybe? It just is his daughter. Okay, it didn't say oldest. Oldest or youngest. Descriptions of Mary's services include booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations, aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups, such as fans of boy bands. In diary entries, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses them as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. What has been added to your evidence? Corporate composition photography. That's important. Paranormal travel agency. Alleged ghost ship from the 1800s, lost at sea. Corporate photography. Okay, let's put her in. She's got to be the youngest if she's doing all this traveling. She definitely doesn't have kids. She's a travel agent. Nice. Corporate composition photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. I don't know what IRC means. Seems like the site is the personal page of a member of the IRC photography channel. Go look that up. Internet relay chat. It's like AIM but outdated. Okay. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996 when Val, the former head of photography for the corporate composition photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They don't seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto. Ooh. That's all the periodicals. Huge. And asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. LBP. Oh, that's a, a lot of different things that could be. Okay, Val. Telephoto. We should look up this guy. Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered 3 free meals for life that anyone that legally changed their name to this. Oh, Lucinda. Lucinda. Oops. I wanted this name. That felt like something Picto T would have. Pico T. So we've got Mary Webb. I'm gonna go through all of them. So sometimes there's obscure things. Okay, and then we're going to come back here. Just gonna copy that. And come back to the periodical. We know it's Val. And Val is a guy. Former head photographer. IRC photography channel. Maybe we can look up Val LPD. Or LP or LBP. Lebanese pound. I'm about to just search all of these because if it means something, it'll give us a hit, right? Oops. You're sitting in front of a computer for hours doing genealogy research. It's recommended you try to sit with good posture. Potentially standing up. That's funny. Blood-based paint. Long Beach Peninsula sounds like that might be what it is. No? Okay. Ooh, luxury bridal photography. Here we go. Lower back pain, yeah. Fortunately, it's located in Ireland. Owner is Nicholas, goes by Nick Luxury. But you doubt that's his real name. Not what we're looking for. Okay. Lincoln Baby photography. Nice. Solid lead, it mentions Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York. And on the site, it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln, reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. Copyright 1998, 1999. Cam Lincoln. We're assuming Lincoln's the last name. Val? What would Val be? I guess just Val. Baby. Let's look this up in maybe the periodicals. They're in New York though. We could look up Val Lincoln. Valerie Lincoln. Yeah, that's not what we need. Here, though. Yeah. Featured in Telephoto. The cover, which featured one of his photos as well as portions of the article, have been added to your evidence. Oh no, that is a girl, isn't it? No, it says he. Oh, maybe this is... Clementine. This is, his wife. Okay. Lisa. Oh my god, we can fill in the thing. So we know this is Lisa. We need her occupation, but I also want to figure this out. So if I put in her occupation, then we're done. Or at least... Wait, after the whole family tree's been filled. We need to figure out this name. Damn. Okay. Issue focuses on photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during the Desert Storm. Started in high school. Couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. Quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. Pivoted to landscaping, photography, trying to tell a story of a person or an object. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go on an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so he could rush my passport. She's in the military? I don't know. I think she might just be like a model. Yeah, for someone who never had a real job or even left California, it was hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him the award the third night he was there. Or maybe she is. Oh, yeah, lost an arm. Damn. Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Sabre. According to the article, women are not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. Yeah, I guess she is in the military. U.S. Army. Oh, ran over a landmine. Got engaged. So yeah, she's gotta be military then. I truly thought she was just gonna be like a model. Okay, we've got military. Let's see if we can figure this out though. Would his name also be Ford? Like, that's just so confusing. Do we have, like, John Doe? No. Let's look up Lisa Clementine just to see if there's anything. Doesn't look like it. We really have no info on her spouse. It's killing me. I wonder if Rubber Ducky will give us a hint. Yeah, we know her... We know her occupation. Could look up Lisa Lincoln because that's what it was telling us to do. Yeah. If we Google her kids, maybe we could get the dad? Ooh, yeah. That's a good idea. I don't know if I've tried that yet. Okay, Heather Ford and Melissa Ford. I mean, they're students. They're K through 12 students, so I'm not sure they'll have anything in here. Okay, let's just put in military. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. Gallery? I think I have to have this person in order for it to go. So that's correct. This should be correct. Okay, let's see what Rubber Ducky says. I have her filled in, do I not? Do I not have her filled in? Is she maybe Melissa? Oh, she's not military anymore though, is she? I guess. She's a teacher. Wait. She had a passion for military from a very young age. Blah blah blah. Later learned that to be untrue. Joined ROTC in high school. From there enlisted. Professor. I guess she's a professor now. Yeah. So I guess we've got two more, like, key relatives. Yeah. I feel like Ruby Sprat's gotta be connected, though. Hey, guys.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done, but it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Oh.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Okay.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Sprat's trash.
Oh,
It was
shit.
Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister. She tears
Yeah.
her hair to test potential root trees, since her DNA is
Are we a
the closest
Rootree as
guys.
well? Yeah.
But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that.
So
Especially
Ruby's
right
either trying to
before we began
sabotage
testing
or
the
she's
trait you
also a
provided.
Rootree.
When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will
Well,
keep
she
a
wants
closer eye
people
on
to
the
live in
DNA tests
poverty.
from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
Smoking
If
guns.
there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Oh, damn. Okay. Now it's time to review all possible Roottrees and input your deductions. You have 13 possible Roottrees left to identify. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. I thought we were gonna be finishing this today. Oh my god. It's been 5 hours. The heck? Okay. So who else do we have? Stuart. Well, we know he is, right? Oh, there's clues I haven't found yet. Oh shit. Oh my god. This is insane. What the hell? I think we're just gonna have to finish this next time. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this for next time because that is insane. I agree, it looks like another 5-hour job almost. Probably not that long. But especially considering that there's info that we are missing as well. Like, we'll go through, we'll find the rest of the evidence. This was a ton of fun. I can't believe there's more. I'm surprised that there's this much more. And we'll figure out this person too. I might even just like... I don't want to look it up. I do want to figure it out on our own. But yeah, this is intense. I definitely wasn't expecting it. But yeah, this was a ton of fun too. Okay. With that, I will see y'all next time. Bye.